Here, let me get... Hold on one second. Screw it. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, whatever. How you doing, Spruggle? Hello. It is me. Let me turn the jazz down. There we go. All right. Start packing. Where are you going? Where are we going? Where are we? Let me load up your plane for you. Outside of those bad joke. Okay, so this game is called Airport Sim. We get to be the ground crew. Nice, nice. Hopefully you have fun. We're not gonna do scenarios. I'm just gonna do free play. Where I'm gonna do free play, I don't know. This one's got a couple gates. This one's got no gates, like jetways, like these things. It's just like everybody walks. Everybody walks anyway, but... Oh, sure, yeah, definitely flying you, yep. This one, I don't know, I've not played Warsaw yet. Key West doesn't have jetways, so everybody walks. And this one has jetways and
Spargle.
The super fast cars. Oh,
Cool, see you at SLC.
nice, now speech chat works. Works for me. Let's try... Oh, I don't know. Let's try Warsaw, I guess. So, in this game, you have to do everything that the ground crew does. It has multiplayer that is supposed to work okay, but I have not tried it before. What an amazing spawn location, by the way. I'm like stuck back here. You can't see, but behind me, oh, you can see the text showing up. I can take headphones on and off to make myself wider. Quieter? Quiet, not myself, make the game louder or quieter. Jeez. Real quick though, I'm gonna make it daytime. We'll just set it for like 4 or 5 o'clock. That works for me. I'm not gonna do live weather. We'll just do overcast. That works. Maybe we can have some rain come in later, but for now, we'll just do that. Words are hard. Yes. This game also is awful, like optimization wise. Oh my god, they finally added it. Okay, I thought I saw in the update that they made a save button. Also, if Fuxo gets too loud in the background, just say something and I'll throw something at him. So, also for some reason, I can drive every vehicle around the airport except for like the ones that have blacked out windows. I don't know. Also, I have like sprint speed and not sprint speed. I don't know. Yeah, like can't drive that, but I can drive this thing. I can drive this one. Also, if I go slightly too far out of the way, oh, thanks for lagging, game. Why did the speech chat just say one thing from you and then the rest is not working? Not licensed for that. That is true. Also, damn it, I thought he'd run me over. Sometimes the AI will get stuck. And the AI does not help you at all. Oh, we have a plane arriving. Hello. Alright. Let's put the headphones on, because it gets pretty loud. Hey there. I don't have binoculars, so we're just gonna go over. Oh, actually, I need a follow me car, I think. Yeah, all the immersion. Yeah, especially when they get like bugged out in a corner and they just other cars go right through them, and then I try that and I hit them. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. All right, I think that is 737, but we're gonna get in this follow me car. I just want to make sure that they don't have, like, they don't need my assistance. Oh no, don't do that. Oh, I think I get an achievement if I get in the way. There we go. There we go. Turn the operation lights on. Let's just. Oh yeah. See if you go. Oh, get back at the. I failed. Oh, okay. They changed it. I was gonna say. You instantly failed before. Like, it would just. Nope. So if we go over here. Okay. Oh. Where are you? Oh, apparently I'm not allowed over here. See, that's no fun. At least with the Key West airport, you could go get in the middle of the runway. All right, what is this arriving plane? Let's see. We gotta look at our little operations list here. So we got an arrival from Paris. We're gonna be parking in stand number 22. No idea where that is. I don't know this one that well, this map. I mean, like I said, I've not played this one before. Okay, that's gonna be way down here. Okay, next to where we were. Okay, we'll just go back over there. Okay, let me just... It's pretty loud with the engines on. Even this far away, it's still super loud. We're just gonna go over here. I think I'm supposed to do something with this plane too, but we got an arrival. We gotta get the people off the plane first. They're more important. Check out that parking job. Oh, shit. I can't get out. There we go. There we go. I can get out now. Alright, we gotta get up in this jet bridge. Up in the bridge. Oh, yeah. Alright, now this thing goes up and down. Forgot what the horn button was. I already forgot the controls too. U and E and arrow keys. Oh, I see. It turns the big wheel on the bottom, and then you just... Okay, well, I don't know what plane they are, so I have to wait for them to pull up first. Let's just, I guess, get out. Wait for this plane to slowly come over here. We'll put our headphones on so we don't go deaf. Also, is there actually a stand number? Because at least Bologna? That's the other airport. Or at least one of the other ones. At least that one has stand numbers printed on the... I don't know. I don't know what gate this is. I think it's this one or this one. I don't know. Also, I have no idea which airline this is. Some airline. I think I'm gonna just, while they're taking 20 years to get over here, I'm just gonna see if... Yeah, stand 22, and then this plane coming from Paris is gonna depart to Kutasai? Yeah, right, because we're here. So... Okay, yeah, they're coming to this gate, not that gate. Okay, and then this plane in 21 needs to go to Stockholm. Alright. Just wait until I did put a mod in that gives the like real plane liveries. Anyway, I wait till I start putting the luggage in. Putting the luggage in is the easy part. You could just... Oh, sorry, you don't need to like get the whole there we go. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of loud without the headphones. So, what is happening with the door? Open the door. All right, then we look at this panel and we hit Q, and then it raises it up. I would take the headphones off, but I gotta wait for this guy to pull up to the gate here. All right, we'll leave that panel down. We'll open up the other one, wherever it is. There it is. I've played this a little bit offline just so I know what I'm doing. Because otherwise, holy heck, it is so difficult. You're supposed to technically, like, if you had the multiplayer, right? You could, I'm lagging. You could, like, do the proper gate loading and unloading where, like, ooh, yeah, it gets sucked into the engine. No. Where, one person, like, pulls the luggage cart up, and then the other person, like, pulls the little luggage ramp up, and then they put the luggage on the ramp. Also, no luggage yet, but I'm guessing it's just not spawned in yet because I haven't done the rest of the shutdown. Okay. It's gonna take that guy ages to turn his damn engines off. Alright, we're gonna put the chocks on this plane while we are waiting. Alright, we got a bunch of cones, which you can stack up to 5, and then you just, like, put down the stack. Oh, how do you put down the stack? Y? There we go. Alright, we gotta put some cones down. So, we'll just plop a couple cones down over here. There we go. Alright. And you can, like, you can, like, turn them all these different directions and stuff. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Alright, that's that done. Just put these down. Anyway, sorry. Alright, we can take the headphones off now. What do I do now? What am I doing? Alright, secure the, oh, I gotta insert the bypass pin, right. Okay, let's just, there we go. Then we gotta connect the GPU. Right now they're running off the auxiliary power unit, which is taking in air here. And then it's got like a little, it's got like a little jet engine. And that's how it provides like backup electrical or hydraulic power. Just a little lesson, I suppose. All right, let me find a cart and a GPU. This will work, but I'd rather have a small cart. Nope, I can't drive that one, but I can drive this one. Okay. And I need a GPU. Is this a GPU? Yes. Alright. I am gonna quickly move this thing, though. So we're just gonna move it back so we can actually connect that tug that's right there. Nice. Okay, we'll hop in this thing. This one's the electric one, but it'll work. Alright, well, be sure to turn our little beacon light on. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, that's good enough. And then we can just... There we go. Oh, I did not mean to go this way. Backing things up is not very fun. I usually just go like this, and it works pretty good. Alright, we'll just flip a UE here. What's the horn button? I don't remember. Oh, I gotta look.
You wanna come to this phone?
Horn is H. But I hit H and it puts my headphones on. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna set headphones to something else. Let's just do, I don't know, that. Yeah, numpad divide. Yeah, perfect. Does this not have a horn? I don't know. I don't know why the horn's not working. Whatever. Maybe it doesn't have a horn. I thought it did. Alright, we'll pull the little GPU up here. And disconnect it. And just pull the tug like this. And hit the brake. And turn the light off. And the other light. And turn the engine off and get out. There we go. And then we will lag. I'm just kidding. Open up the power unit and the plug on the plane. And then we have to turn the engine on. Turn the engine on. There we go. We will switch this to run, and we will turn the DC output on. Just kidding, actually, we'll wait to do that. I'm gonna put the headphones back on. I feel like I'm yelling. Alright, we'll connect up the power and then do this. It's just the way that it's done in real life. Alright, GPU is connected, so now we're gonna signal the flight crew to turn off the APU. It wants me to open the doors again, so just open the doors again. Ta-da! Oh, look at all that luggage in there now. But also, take note of how nicely stacked the luggage is. Because it is not going to be that nicely stacked by the time we are done. Like when we go to do the departure, it's gonna be like worse than that. Okay, I feel like I'm supposed to connect the jet bridge. Yeah, I'm supposed to connect the jetway before I unload luggage. Why is it? Alright, let's get this jet bridge connected. That way these people can get off this freaking airplane. Alright, we are just move this over towards the door. Wait, what is happening? Oh, I see. Okay, so there's like a little wheels indication. It's facing forward now, so we should be going forward right now. I feel like that's pretty good. Oh, needs to go down a little actually. Oh, we had a green light for a second. Oh, a little up, maybe a little. Little close? I don't know. Maybe I'm too low. What? I had a green light for a second. Can't do anything unless it has a green light, so. The captain's in the oh, there we go. Okay, now we press enter, and the passengers will appear. Possibly. There they are. There they go. Oh my god, they're walking through me. Okay. So, there they go, up the jet bridge. Alright. Thanks for coming. Alright. Let's get this luggage off. So I need this for that. Alright, we gotta go to the luggage place. I gotta figure out where that is in this damn airport. Well, I guess we need a luggage cart too. Let me just... Oh, that's a GPU. Right, somewhere there's a luggage cart. Aha. Found them. Those are closed luggage carts. I can't use those. Okay. One of these. Alright, maybe not over here. Maybe it's on the other side. Yep, alright, they're all done now. Imagine being the only luggage handler in an international airport. It would just be crazy, because the AI isn't doing anything to help me. They're just existing. Just driving in circles. There we go, there's my luggage carts. Alright, we'll grab these. Of course, they're all facing the other way. Alright, let's just back up. Back it on up. Alright, a little bit more. Alright, that's good. Connect that up. Wait. I feel like this one is not connected. There we go. I like to separate the baggage for the front and rear in separate compartments. I just feel like it's better. Alright, let me actually check the map. I need to go into first person for that. We go to the map. Alright, and then we look. Alright, the fueling trucks are over there. That's nice to know. I can teleport to the fueling trucks, but I can't And teleport to the other. Okay, so the baggage is down there. It's gonna be in one of these doors. Great. All right, let's go get the luggage. Just gonna make a left turn here with our little train of stuff. Oh god, the lag. I'm hoping we don't have to push back because, man, I'm really bad at pushback. It's probably the worst part about this game. So far we have 174 points. I don't care. I don't play this game for the points. I do want to get the achievement where you put a cone on top of the plane. It's like I'm a unicorn achievement. It's like, yeah, we need that achievement. And then like each plane, the two that you can handle at least, the 737 and the A320, I think. Those two are pretty... Oh my god, this is way down here, man. Alright, open up the door. Let's find our luggage. Oh wait. The luggage is in the plane, oops. Alright. Oops. The luggage is already in the plane. It's not in the pickup spot. Alright. Don't worry about it. We just gotta go back. Alright, alright. We're headed back. Planes might be a little delayed, given that I'm doing everything. It's the nice thing about the multiplayer, I suppose, is somebody can be doing like baggage while somebody else is fueling or whatever, right? Alright, can I fit this through here? Nice. Alright. Just bring this thing to a halt. Alright, we'll get out. Oh no, I need the God. I need the I need the luggage ramp to get it out of the plane. I forgot. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just get this. I don't know why the horn's not working. We need the horn. It's like the most important part. Alright, let me just bind this to something else. Like, control? I can set this back to H. Apply the changes. Nope, no horn. I don't know why the horn's not working, but... Alright, I guess we'll do the rear one first. Alright, we'll ignore that floating cone. Alright, we'll just put this ramp up. Get it in there. Alright, that should be good, I think. Wait, no, actually... I need to be able to get up in there. Okay, there we go. Alright, we will turn the thing on, and we have it in unloading mode. That's fine. Let's just get on in there. Alright, and if you click the middle mouse, it recenters the bag. So we'll just stick all the bags on the ramp. And it'll bring them down for us. You can break the bags if you throw it. It will break them. So... but I try to get nice piles at the end of the ramp. Alright, that should be good. We can turn the ramp off now. Alright, get back in this thing. Alright. And then we open up the little side. Now the trick to getting it to where it doesn't fly out is you gotta throw it like to the thing so they sit straight. Otherwise, if they're all piled up in here, the second you go to like move or do anything, it will fling all the bags off if it's stacked up past the like top of that bar. Like they all go flying off into the stratosphere, so which is not really what we want. So we're just gonna stick all these on here. There we go. Let's just give that one a toss. There we go. Pick up the bag. There we go. And give that one a little toss. Nice. Close that up. Alright, and then we need to move the stupid luggage cart out of the way. Just go deaf with audio glitches while we do that. Alright, then we will move it to the other door. Nice. Alright, turn that on. Get in the plane. And then we got 13 bags to get out. Oh, whoops. I broke somebody's bag open. It's fine. Let's just throw the rest of these on the ramp. Alright. This is going great. It's just... This one's a little stuck. There we go. There we go. Nice. Alright, we'll just pick up their stuff and just put it in our pockets. It's our stuff now. Pick up the clothes. Nice. We'll just close that up. There we go. Look at that. It's like it never happened. And as far as they're concerned, it didn't happen. It's my luggage now. Alright, pull the little luggage cart up. A little bit more. Oh, actually, we need to put it on the back one, I guess. Yeah. There we go. And we'll get out and not get lost which way we're facing. There we go. Nice. Alright. Just stick all these in here. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah. Just jam them in the cart as best you can. I mean, I have stacked them in nicely before, but I mean, I got this giant airport I got to do by myself, so oh, that's not gonna stay. There we go. I gotta get stuff done here. That one's gonna come off for sure. Let's just restack that one real quick. There we go. There we go. Let's just. Nice. All right, perfect. We'll close that. Alright, I'll get in the old luggage cart. We will drive on down to the drop-off spot. I'm just gonna take the bus lane. Nice. Alright, haven't lost any bags yet. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Hopefully tomorrow, the person handling your baggage actually doesn't handle it the way I do. Oh, the bag broke open? Oh, all that stuff's mine now. It just... Oh, thank you for your points. Appreciate it. Let me open up this. There we go. Alright. Now, I don't know where to drop the bags off, though. I think they go on these things. Yeah, okay, they definitely go on these things. Alright. So we'll just plunk the bags down. There we go, yeah. Yeah, we'll just put them on the belt. I mean, this game's fun for me for a couple hours, but I don't know that I would recommend it. Like, it just needs more stuff to do. Or, like, the ability to use AI to help you. Because, oh my god, some of it is such a chore. Alright, hopefully this is the rest of the bags we need, because otherwise we lost some somewhere. We have to go on a hunt for the baggage. It's just, yeah, I think I can just throw this on the belt from here. Yeah, there we go. It's just, oh, shit, 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 shit. What do we got? We got a football, a shirt. I guess it's not mine anymore. It despawned. No, my free stuff. What am I gonna do now? My free stuff. Yeah, I'm stealing. Yep, definitely stealing from the. Okay, I think we're losing. I think we lost some baggage. 23. 24. Alright, we lost a bag somewhere. Unless it's on the cart. No. Alright. I gotta go find this bag. I do know, I see these bags. Maybe we should load up these bags too, since I'm here. These ones will go on that other plane. Wait, what? Can I not get these bags? I mean, I'm here. Let me have the bags. Are these just spawned bags? I don't. Hold on. Let me look at these things. Sometimes the bags for the departing planes are on these like chutes. I guess that's what they are. Is there like bags on any of these? I mean, this bag over here is this. No, that's a trash can. Okay. Okay. I think the game's not letting me take the other bag because it's not set as my active objective. So we're just gonna load luggage. No, load the luggage. No, load the luggage. I can't. All right, screw it. We'll have to come back. Yep. Now you know how the bags get lost. Alright, we're just gonna go on a hunt for the bag. I guess it's gotta be somewhere. Somewhere that I've already driven. I didn't leave it in the plane, so otherwise it would show. Okay, I don't see the bag there anywhere. Alright, let's just... Alright, let's just go back the way we came. Maybe we'll find the bag just like sitting in the road or something. Man, this is the slowest freaking cart. Did it? Was it back there? No, okay. Yeah, I did. I lost a bag. I'm not sure where, but we'll find it. Oh my god, I'm leaving the headphones on. This game's too loud. Actually, why don't I just turn the master volume down? Yes, apply the changes. There we go. Alright, where's the bag at? Where's it at? Oh, I found it. Just on the... Okay, I got it. I'm just gonna put it up here. we'll just drive it. Oh god, don't fall off. We'll just drive it down there. God, this thing's so slow. Only 15 miles an hour? Pitiful. Nice. Actually, you know what? I feel like we need some more lively music. Like, some Doom? Just kidding. That's the word. Need that royalty-free music. Alright, let's get this thing on the card. This one? Yeah, okay. Right. Since you made me go back, your bag... You had a knife in your baggage? Alright. You deserve to have me take it now. That's my knife now. Alright, now we need to wait for service to start, but we're 20 minutes late. That you're 30 minutes past the service start time. So, yeah, that's a thing. Alright, let's get over there before we get fired. I probably should have left this in there with the luggage carts, but whatever. There is a Ferrari in the Bologna, I think is how you say the city name. The Bologna airport has Ferrari as the follow me car, and it's pretty fast. Not 15 miles an hour, it's like 80 or something, but it's, I mean, I can handbrake turn this thing. Definitely realistic. Alright, we got a little green outline. I think that's for the fuel truck. I gotta get the luggage carts out of the way. So we'll move those first. Now I need a... Oh, nice. Well, but it's check luggage, right? So... Pardon me. Alright, let's get the fueler. It's gonna be over here. God, this map is awful to use. Yes, I would like to teleport to the fueling truck, thank you. Alright. Why does the horn not work? The horn doesn't work. I'm pressing the horn button. No horn sound. Very disappointed, game. I wanted to honk the horn. Man. It worked before. At least this thing's pretty fast. Alright, let's see if we can drift this thing in here. Coming through. Nice. Alright. Let's see. Alright, now that it says it's good, I'm actually going to get it closer. Because where it has the... Yeah, alright, we still got our floating cone. That's good. Let me just push... Okay. It's the most immovable cone. It's a cone made of, like, dark matter. Alright, let's, where's the refueling port? Aha. Okay. So, first thing is the ground clamp. And for some reason I walk super slow whenever I'm holding this. That's why I like to get closer, because it's... Oh my god, it's so slow. Alright. Then we take the fueling hose, connect it up, and then we have to figure out how much fuel they need. So... Which frickin' plane am I on right now? This one. Okay, so they want... Oh my god, 27,000... So 27, 950 minus 14.3. It's gonna be 13,650 pounds. So we just go here. We have to set these to already be at 7,000. I'll just start putting fuel in the middle one too. So I got like 3,000 pounds in the middle. Alright, and we'll put... Okay, I guess the edges can only hold 8,000. I don't know how much that is. Hold on. I gotta open the fuel clamp, I forgot. Alright, we just gotta... There we go. And then we just fuel it up and watch the little ticker go down. Okay, I'm just gonna let this go. Yeah, we still need like 10,000 pounds, so I'm just gonna... I'm assuming it's full fuel. Something like that. Okay, that's probably good. Alright, what else do I need to do to this plane? Oh, catering truck. Lovely. Where the heck is that at? Catering truck. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah. Alright. This doesn't have a horn either. Is there a different button for horn? Oh. It's B. Even though I rebound it. Whatever. Alright, let's go get the catering truck over there. I think... yeah, with the headphones on, you can't hear the horn. Alright, which plane? This one? Alright, let's, oh god. It's fine. Alright, let's just get this lined up. Is that not lined up? What is the controls? Q? What the heck is this? What? I forgot the controls. Hold on. Up and down. Yeah. No. Do I have to put the supports down? Ah, yes. Okay, I had to put the supports down first. Yep. I'm pretty sure it's this door that I'm supposed to go to, so... We'll just, back up it. Oh, God. The brakes are so touchy. Okay. A little bit more. Hey. That might be too much. A little bit. Oh, my God. No. Screw it. Good enough. Put the supports down. Lift it up. That's not good enough. Man, maybe this isn't the right door. Alright, maybe it's a different door. Also, we're 100 pounds shy on fuel. Let me just fix that real quick. Scratching the plane, yeah, that's their concern. There we go. Alright. Now, the game wants me to disconnect the fuel pump first. The correct order is grounding, then fuel. Sorry. It's the other way around. I can't put it back, but it wants me to put the grounding off first. Absolutely not. What if there's still fuel in this, and like, I disconnect it and then make a spark because static electricity? What? Like, what? No. Is this not closed? Oh. I see. Give me that. Alright. Alright, we'll close that up. Close that up. And then we'll go up here and we'll be like, hey, pilot dude, hey, do we have the right amount of fuel? And he says, wait for service to start an hour ago. Okay. Great. Alright, which frickin'... I think the game glitched because I changed the time, so... I'm not gonna wait, I mean... I can change the time. What time? 7:53. Okay, let's just... There. I'll wait 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm doing the whole airport by myself, so... You're gonna get delays. Alright, I'm pretty sure I gotta fuel up this other guy, too. So let me just... Just flip a Yui. Pull it up over here. Somewhere over here. Like this. That should be good for there. We can just leave it. Yeah. That's right. Just a giant fireball on the runway. Okay, what do I do now? I think I broke the game when I changed the time. Oh god. Well, and all that work was for nothing, I suppose. Alright, whatever. Let's do a challenge, why don't we? Actually. Why are they all at night? We gotta do 2 walkarounds, a pushback, take some cones, and fuel 1 plane. I mean, that's too easy. What does changing this do? nothing. I don't. No, free roam. Key West. Yes. What time is it in game now? 2:48. Great. All right, we'll have some sunlight. Let me just clean up these cones real quick. I can't stand the freaking cones in this game. They're everywhere. Thank you. All right. Giggity Goo Airlines. Right. All right. And then we got... So that's an in-game plane. And then I have actual modded in other planes. Got American and a United Star Wars livery plane. 248. No? I don't think we're in Europe. We could be. It is entirely possible. What is this music? What is this? Come on, Spotify. Spotify, please. Alright, there's gotta be... Hold on, let me just... Royalty free... Or I guess... Twitch... Alright, I'll just stream music and I'll look at the playlists that come up. It could be based on real time, yeah. That is possible. Do they have like... I mean, I could play... Espen Hotel playlist? Why is that here? What?
And if we win this, our next round of defense, so that should be really easy.
Why is this here? I don't have a problem with it. I'm just confused.
The only person I actual defense so far.
Oh, also
More support. Yes. What?
every time, just watch this bar while you talk.
No. It's not doing anything.
Oh, it's not. Hold on.
What?
Talk.
It's not doing anything. Thing.
I apologize for the background noise. Kawa voice reveal. Alright, I'm sorry. Alright, this'll work. Maybe this music will be better. It might be based off UTC. Nope, it's not based off UTC. I mean, he's talking in the background. He's got his Xbox in here. He's talking in the background. Let go. Thank you. Alright, what am I doing here? Alright, we got a plane going to... two planes going to Fort Lauderdale. Lauderdale? Good God. One in gate 7 and one in gate 5. And then the plane in gate 3. Which I really don't want to give service to Gugu Airlines. Or whatever it was. I think I'd rather do the United plane. So we're gonna do this one, which is dark side on one side, by the way. And blue on the other. It's probably the best livery they've ever done, but... Anyway, okay, let's do this one first. Well, I mean, I can't... They're gonna be late regardless. So, it doesn't really matter. Can I use this GPU sometimes? I can't use them all. No, I can't use this one. Okay. So, I need to get a GPU. There's one right here, so we'll just use that one. Oh my god, it has a horn now. Nice. Alright, let's grab this GPU. It should be good right there, I think. Oh my god, no, it's like the freaking Timu backup cams here. You think you're close, and then you're miles away. There we go. Alright. Oh, we gotta turn the operation light on, even though you can't really see it. Alright, now I gotta figure out, is this a 737? Yes, you can tell because the end of the wing. Alright, I gotta find that ground power hookup spot. Where the heck is it? Dang, this music. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Alright, then we open up the back. Turn it on. Start the old engine. Wait for it to stabilize. There we go. Switch this to run. We'll grab our cable. Definitely not USB-C. Plug that in. There we go. And we connected the GPU. Great. Now, wait for service to start in 2 minutes. Okay, what's this one want? This one also wants... I guess I'll... You know what? I'll do it. Is there another car over there I can just grab? Yes. But is there a GPU? Yes. Okay. We'll take the gas one for Giggity Goo Airlines. God, the fuck, that's just awful. What's the horn sound like? It's exactly the same. Alright, connect that. This one's a little different. Like the, you wouldn't recommend that as the output voltage then? Is that what you're saying? Why is OBS lagging again with the hardware acceleration? Hello? Oh, it's fine now. It's just sometimes it's doing it. Okay, whatever. So this one's a little different. Turn it on, and then you just... That's it. And then when you're ready, you... I think hit these buttons. But we're gonna find the plug. That's cargo door. Where the heck is the power plug? Okay, you don't notice the lag. Okay. Yeah, for me, my avatar was frozen. Oh no, it's right here. I thought these had 5 pins, so you couldn't plug it in backwards. I thought it had 5 pins, like 2 on one side, 3 on another. Where's the plug at? I can't see. Whatever. Alright, connect that up. Flip the switches. There we go. Alright, we gotta get the luggage. Oh god. Is this the right one? Hello, luggage. Alright. Let's, Alright, so we need 13 luggage in the front and 13 in the back. So 1... 2... 3... Oh god, it's already starting the chaos. 4... 5... 6... 7... Come on, luggage, come on faster. I lost count. I lost count. Oh god, let's just call that like 11 or something. 12. 13. Alright, we'll just... That's good enough. Alright. Just plop those in there. Alright. God, who's working the luggage thing today? Come on, Barbara. Work a little faster here. We got planes late. Actually, wait. Is this going to 7 or... Alright, this might be going to the other one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. Oh my... I was right. It was 13 on this one. I didn't think that was right. Okay, sorry. Infinitely gonna do that. Alright, Spotify, this is a little bit too, yeah. Let me find out which friggin' plane this is going on. Okay, it's going on the other plane. Yes. Okay. Alright, so I need a car to drive those over there. Alright, and we're not gonna bother with this thing loading. For unloading, I definitely need it, but... Okay, we'll just, Alright, we'll just... No, come back! Come back! Come back! What? Oh god. Alright. There we go. Boom. Alright. Hopefully I closed the doors. I did. Okay, good. See, look at the bags back there doing their own thing. Like possessed. Alright. Like I said, we're not going to bother with the ramp. Because to load this, we can just... Well, this thing's slightly in my way. There we go. Now, to load this thing, we can just... We could just heave the bags in there, like this. And it's fine, they're fine, they're perfectly fine. Oh, actually, I'm gonna put a cone in there. I think there's an achievement for that. Oh, give me a cone. Thank you. Oh, no. Stack the cones, there we go. Alright, you're gonna get a cone as well. Oh. Nice, alright. Alright. Can you open that door? What's happening here? Thank you. Nice. Alright, typical Southwest Airlines baggage handling. We'll close that door up. There we go. No, I have no idea how that got in there. I just needed the... Are you still in reverse? Yes, you are. Okay, whatever. Is this like a Mario Odyssey song? It certainly sounds like one. No. It is Count What You Have Now by Vantage. Whoever that is. Alright. And we just throw the bags in. Come on. Yeah, I have no idea how the cone got in there. It must have just been the stupid baggage handler. I didn't see it in my pre-flight. I mean, yeah, absolutely, they could, yes, but it makes me put them in separately. And apparently that counts, by the way. Just getting the bag close to that, it just counted it. I don't know if you heard the little ding. Alright, now we gotta get the passengers in there. And this airport doesn't have, the little jetway. So they end up walking, and if you park something in the way like this, they will walk around it. So let me get a stair car, which is way down on the other side. I'm not walking all the way down there, I'm lazy. Alright, well, we could just grab this stair car right here. Okay, it's not as far as I thought. And you can actually drive this. Not very fast, but I guess you're more walking it than driving it. There is like a motorized ones. I don't know if you can see them way down there on the end, but they're down there. And you can also hook this up to a cart and it goes much faster, but this is, I guess we're doing this now. Yeah, so these little green pathways is what the AI walks on. And if you put something in the way, they will just walk around you. I mean, but you're not driving it, are you? You're walking it with somehow lights. I don't know what. What? I have been summoned? Oh, he disappeared. I don't know, he just walked up to me, tapped me on the shoulder, and then disappeared. Alright, so we got the green flashing. We put the little legs down with Y, and we hit enter, and then now it's connected. What? What do you want? Somewhat. I guess. Okay, and then we put these little safety bits. Look, that's not even, that's a huge gap. Somebody definitely could. What do you mean? What do you mean? They must be retracted. It gave me the green light. What? Hold on. I got a green light. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be a little closer. What? Why won't you go? What is happening? Oh, I have to Okay, I see. Alright, maybe it wasn't close enough. We'll go with that. We'll put the legs down again. Catch the... No? What the heck? Oh, I have to open the door first? That doesn't make any sense to me. Just figure it out. Okay. It's alright. I won't tell anyone. You can drive it. Alright, where's the passengers coming from? Oh, here they are. Here they are. Alright, we got 1, 2. Alright, we got 2 clones. 2 more clones right here. There's another one. There's another one of those 2. Hey, sir, you gotta put your phone away. Or is that a ticket? Alright, it might be a ticket. Yeah, but look at. They're just... Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me move it more in their way. Excuse me. Oh, they just go right through it now? Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Look. Alright, we're back to counting clones. Alright, let's see. Wait. Are you two the same? No, okay. Oh, whoa. Here's another one. This guy and this guy. What is going on? Dang, nice beard. Alright, oh, another one of this guy. There's a lot of clones on this plane. I'm a little... What happens in Key West stays in Key West, I suppose, so... Alright, get on my airplane so we can... close the door. That one over there can be delayed. That one over there. I don't care. I gotta get these people to Fort Lauderdale. Right, we gotta retract the safety barriers. Close the door. We can take the stairs off. Alright, I can lift up the little supports. Back it on up. Oh, dang, this song is a chain. I remember this from Beat Saber. Alright, hopefully this is out of the way enough. I guess not. Okay, this is good right here. Okay. Nice. Alright, now what? Now what do we do to this plane? Alright, they're gonna turn their auxiliary power unit on. We're just gonna go back here and just verify start. Alright, we've got open port for the air inlet. And we've got exhaust. I can't read any other readings, but that'll work. Alright, I'm just gonna... Can I collect the cones now? I'm just gonna get ahead of myself. We're gonna pick up the cones now. This stack. Oh my god, where did these guys come from? Oh god, I gotta push it back. Oh no. Oh no. I really didn't want to do a pushback, but you guys are gonna see how good that goes. Alright, are you gonna disconnect the GPU, bud? Alright, I guess not. Oh god. Alright, let me just... I'll turn this to idle, turn the engine off. Disconnect the GPU. Close that up. Alright, I suppose that can stay there. Oh god. Alright, time to push back. This thing is not gonna be strong enough for pushback. Let's see.
That's all very nice.
So this is the pushback tug.
I've got those things at Rivendell. I'm hoping for something a little bit new. Those boots over there look like
Why
they
is
could do.
Frozen?
I've made up my mind. That fabulous find is for me.
They're just old leather, but one man's trash is another man's treasure.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is supposed to be DMCA free music. I'm not a fan so far of, like, most of this. Yeah, alright. That's it. Alright, we're gonna keep pumping this thing up here. Yeah, there we go. This is much better. Yeah, some is alright. Yeah, you're right. And some is just like, what am I listening to?
Of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred, he found no peace. And
Yeah,
with
this
boiling
is much more
blood, he
fitting for what we're
scoured the
doing.
Umbral Plains, seeking vengeance against the Dark Lords who had wronged him.
I'm looking for a pushback tug.
And those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doomslayer.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Now this is gonna be a muted VOD. Alright. Let me get this thing connected. God, I hate doing pushback. It's so annoying. United, why you do me like this? Alright. I can't get out because my doors are blocked. No. Why are you rolling? Stop. Yes, roll back this way so I can connect. No, 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 no. Connect. Connect. There we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright. Now, I gotta turn around now. Wait, well, I want to go. Go! Oh, I'm in the passenger seat. Oops. Okay, I gotta turn this thing around. We gotta 180 it. Alright, and by 180, I mean... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't flip over. If that thing flips over, we're done. We gotta restart. Alright, now... I gotta back this thing up. Alright. 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 Oh my god. Alright, start turning, please. No. No. Don't flip over. No. No. Do not flip over. You know, it would be easier if somebody got this freaking baggage carts out of the way. Oh, there's stairs in the way now. Oh my god. Alright. There we go. Alright, now we can back it up. I just don't like how it doesn't really move. Like, that is not how pushback things work in. Oh my god. That's not how wheels work. Like... Alright. Can you add mass? No. I mean, I'm about to add a lot of mass to it. You'll see, you'll see. It's a pain in the... Oh my god. It's a pain to push back. It's just like... Can't you guys just reverse thrust out of here? That's what I do in the flight sim when the pushback plugin isn't working. Alright, gotta go a little bit left. There, we gotta go straighten it out. Straighten it out. God, too far. 20 minutes later, we'll be connected. Sorry for the delay in the captain's getting on the thing. Sorry for the delay, this guy's a moron. Come on. Come on, turn. Oh my god. And if you lower the wheels, it doesn't help the turning. It makes it flip more. Alright, we're looking good. Looking good. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Back. I thought we were good. Maybe that'll be good enough. Get down there and yonk. There we go. Nice. Alright, now I think I have to leave that thing up. And then we just... So what I usually do, because like getting it to turn sucks, I usually just back it up enough and then I pull forward. Which is not the way that planes actually work. Yeah, see, look, it's already turning. It's supposed to face nose this way. Come on. Come on. I'm over here spinning the tires. Screw this, we're just gonna pull it. Come on. Oh my god. Do I loosen this? I'm working on it, don't honk. Maybe that was the problem. Oh, it's actually... Yeah, that might have been the problem, actually. Oh, the cone fell out. No! My cone! No. Get back in there. Look, I don't care who's honking right now. You're gonna have to wait. Who's honking? Oh, he's honking because there's an airplane in the way. I don't care, dude. You're just gonna have to wait. Alright. Alright. Yeah, you know what? Just because you're honking, you're gonna wait even longer now. Alright, we're just gonna do a big circle with the airplane. This is definitely the approved method for pushback. It's a pullback now. A pull forward. The pilot's like, I could have just done this myself. We'll just get it super close to this American plane. Start doing a turn. There we go. Hopefully the wings don't touch. Oh no, okay, it just phases through it. Okay, good. Alright, we're doing good here. This is great. This is what you want to see when you're a passenger on United. This is what you get for not flying American. The superior airline. Alright. That looks pretty good. Get it pulled up here. Is that not good enough? Okay, yeah, okay. I was like, that better be good enough. Alright. Alright, they'll disconnect that. I'm putting the headphones on because otherwise we'll go deaf. Look at this guy trying to pump it up. You got it, dude. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Can you disconnect me? Oh no, you're just gonna walk around, I guess. Disconnect me, please. Thank you. Alright, get the heck out of here. There's a cone there. I'm hoping it didn't fall out of our plane. I kind of wanted that cone in there. Alright. Right. Let's do the other plane now. Oh my. All the light coming out of that plane. Are you going anywhere today? I don't know. Alright, Giggity Goo Airlines. We did it. You want to get run over by the plane? Let's go get run over by the plane. I get in a car. Wait, what? Why is he turning around? Whatever. Oh wait, I wonder if it'll out of bounds me now. It didn't used to. Like it used to be if you didn't go past this line, it wouldn't out of bounds you. Yeah, here we go. So we can delay him further. I think we can even get on the runway here. Yeah, it won't let me do this at the other airports, but if we get on the runway. Scree! Yeah, handbrake slide. Alright. I mean, the game doesn't like it. I'm lagging pretty good, but... Alright, hang on, let's just go stand in the middle of the runway. Yep, you're clear for takeoff. Runway... whatever this is. Yep, clear for take. First off, you wouldn't clear him for takeoff because this is past that hold short bar. Not to mention some idiot standing in the middle of the runway. Jumping. And me. Nice, we got the achievement. Hitchhiker led an aircraft depart with a cone. Oh yeah, here we go. Come on, run me over. Do it. Do it. Yes. Yeah. All right. Let's do what we're supposed to do here. I just put the headphones on because it's super loud. Alright, should be good to take them off now. Alright, we're coming to refuel you. Nice. Alright, let's get a little closer to the plane now. I mean, there's a reason it's so far away, but I don't care. It's much easier to do from here. Oh, this is the 737, so... Or the... No, this is the... Yeah, this is the 737. The other one was the Airbus, because it had the little... Wait. I don't know. Yeah, the... Just planted on the front of the plane. Yeah. Alright, let me open these up while I'm here. Alright, so we open up this little panel and we... Gotta hold this lever to the open side. I know we're gonna have to put luggage on here. Alright, the little green light means it's open. We'll do the same thing here. I can't look away from it. Wait, can I? Oh, I can. Nice. Yeah, just hold on. There actually is a... Let me see if I can find it. I thought there was a Looney Tunes livery with Wile E. Coyote smacked on the front of the nose. There's this one for the flight sim. That looks actually pretty cool. There's the one with the... There's these ones where they're wearing like masks. Yeah, like this one. Where they're wearing a mask for COVID. Cargolux had it too. But, I thought that was one with Wile E. Coyote smacked on the front. Also, I don't know why the TTS isn't working. It's on. It's set on. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, let me, there we go. Alright, right, so open the fuel panel. Oh, we got a plane coming in from Naples, Florida, I'm assuming. And a plane... stand 1? Oh, that's a departure, right? That's after it gets here. Alright, okay, so we need to refuel the plane. We need to put full fuel, I'm assuming that is. So we'll ground clamp first. This game is just the same thing over and over again. Until you feel that you are adequately, like, simulated. Which for me is about 2 or 3 hours. So... Alright, we turn the battery on, we will increase the amount of fuel, and we will, what do I do now? Do I just wait? Yes, okay, I just have to wait. Is it supposed to work? The TTS, yes, it is supposed to be working right now. It worked for one message. I don't know why it's not working. It is unmuted. It has permissions. Enable speech is on. Oh god. Oh, you can't see. Oh, it's just showing. I accidentally pulled up my list of like blocked words. Yeah, it's on. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. Whatever. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be reading everything. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. So. Alright, let's wait. Oh no, they only want 31,000, not 47,000, so it's not full fuel. Alright, whatever. We'll just go to 3130. Or at least as close to that. Oh, there we go. At least as close to that as I can get, which is right there actually, so. And we will leave that. What is the next thing I need to do on this plane? Connect the stairs. Okay, we'll actually put a real stairs on this time, not the little walking stairs. So, yeah. Turn the car on. Turn the little beacons on. We'll raise it up a bit, because I know it needs to be... Oh. No, up. There we go. How tall does it go? Alright, I feel like the developers are expecting some bigger planes at some point, but we don't have them yet.
Kuro
What?
said, "Excuse me, I saw a wolf stealing fuel from the plane."
Why does it work now? I'm not stealing.
Kuro
Just ignore
said,
the big...
"Oh, it works."
It works now, yeah. I'm not stealing, just ignore the jerry cans. Alright. Is this not good enough? Come on, game, please. Please. Oh, no, it needs to be, like, here, I think. Nope. Nope. I really need the TTS to be working by the time I do the alien streams. Cause yeah, it should still exclude. Yeah. Alright, why is this part not working? Give me my green lights, damn it. Oh, maybe because I don't know. Alright, let's just close these switches. Turn the battery off. Close the panel. Alright, we'll disconnect the fuel line after turning the pump off so that we don't get a nice fuel shower. Alright. We'll close that little flap and disconnect the ground line. And we will just confirm the amount of fuel. There we go. I have to do luggage first? I don't want to do luggage. Ah! Wait, no, it doesn't work. I don't know, man, this TTS. I gotta maybe figure out if I can get BikuBot to be working again. Alright. If I can get BikuBot working, that would be better. And then I can actually, like, have this working again. Yeah, 2 messages, and then I guess took the rest of the day off. Alright, we need our luggage cart. Where's our arriving airplane? We seem to be a little late, unless that time up in the top... Is that real time? Why is there a floating... Whatever. Is that real time? No. Unless it's running in real time, which would be very interesting. What is on over here? This? I don't know. Something was on over there. Alright, let's get our luggage. I should have turned the belts on when I was over there, but... no, GPU's off. Yeah, I think the game glitched again. It still says... Never mind, they're arriving. Not bad, not bad. A little hard, but not bad. Alright. Just turn these on. Will it give me luggage on both sides? No. Great. Alright, I'm not even gonna bother backing this thing in here. Last time I tried, it just made this disaster. Alright, 14 in the forward cargo hold, 13 in the aft. You guys keep count. My brain no count. Actually, I have an appropriate song for this. Hold on. I'm gonna let the luggage just pile up while I get it. There you go. Should play next.
Upgrading your HP. If you don't upgrade your HP, you don't upgrade your HP. Just turn it off.
It's an appropriate song for counting baggage. I mean, the game also just tells you when your baggage stuff is full. I could change mics, and then you wouldn't get background noise. Hold on. There we go. He might... Every time I talk, he talks, so I can't see if it's actually working. Oh, no, yeah, okay, it makes no difference. He's gonna get... Gonna get it later. Told him no talking when I'm trying to do this stuff. Arrgh. It's fun. At least he's not like screaming. I'll see how bad it is on the VOD. Okay. Maybe I won't say something, but if it's pretty bad, I'm gonna be like, hey, you can't. Oh my! I forgot to change veto. There we go. Yes, that is what I mean. Yeah, definitely lots of head pats and no small bonks with the newspaper. I'd have to go to the store and buy a newspaper though. I know it would be faster to load this by taking that card out, but that airline would not fly, whatever. I was like, that airline would not fly into Key West, but whatever. It's not that noticeable. Okay. On my OBS, I see the bar reach almost as high as when I'm talking. So. Alright, hopefully that's all that one.
No, it is definitely quieter than your normal speaking.
TTS? Are you back now? I don't know what's happening. Alright, well just huck the bags in here.
Said. But ILL let you be the judge also. Hi TTS chat.
What is... What? That was weird. Never heard the end of that before. It's just like random noises. Alright, 8, 1, 17, 86. Alright. Dang, how many freaking bags do I gotta stick in here? Alright, that many. Okay. Now we go back to this panel and we close the door. closes the door. Alright, we close this little flap and close the door. Alright, and then we go to the back door. I forgot to close the thing, but it's okay, we're right here, so. Alright, and we just start hawking this luggage in here. Yeah. 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 I don't know what I'd do if I just saw the luggage guys doing like this, because stuff has to be secured, because if it shifts in flight and you have a load shift, it can be really bad. Like there was here, I'll show you. There's a 747 crash where a bunch of supercars or something shifted and they no, sorry, Rhoda. I'm the only person working this airport, so everybody's late. Sorry. That's just the way it is. Alright, let's get these freaking passengers in here. In our giggity goo airlines. I mean, what kind of budget airline is this? Alright, raise the ramp. Oh, see, it's happy now. Oh. Oh, oh. Alright. Put the feet down, hit enter. There we go. Now there's a giant step. Don't fall in there. Alright, we'll open up the door, wait for the door to open, slide these things. Wait for our passengers. Where are they gonna come from this time? Are they coming from the same spot? Yep, there they are. I see them down there. I don't have binoculars. Do I have binoculars? No, I don't. Okay. Give my switch back. Oh. No, the switch is in the luggage compartment. You can't get it back. Can't get the switch back now. It's too late. Alright, get this thing out of the way. We're gonna need it for the plane that showed up, so I'll just bring it over here. Transavia. I mean, what airline is that even service to? Definitely not Key West. Alright, let me just... While that other plane is doing that stuff, I'm just gonna put the chocks down. We'll put some, nice. Welcome in. Welcome into this okay game. It's okay. No, I don't want all the cones, just one. Thank you. There we go. Alright, we'll just put a cone over here in the grass. Yep. Wait, is this not in the middle of the taxiway? This plane? I suppose not. I mean, I got the whole short line here, but... Like, surely this is not a parking spot here. I mean, it's painted like one, but... This is a huge airplane to be parked here. I mean, there's no line that continues like this. Wait, there should be, though. Look, the line stops here and then continues here. Yeah, there should not be a plane able to be parked here. It should just be there along the terminal. Whatever. All the cones. Yep. We'll just plonk them down. Just whatever. Yep. Yep. Put it here. That's good. Yeah, one here. They're all falling over, but okay. I got like one of those. Oh my god, it has to be sitting the right way. Okay. Apparently there's an achievement if you get it on top of the plane, like a hat. But, I don't know how to get up there. Alright, are you guys loaded in the plane yet? Alright, they're almost done. Nice. Success. Alright, we're gonna bring those stairs over to that plane. So we'll pull the little barrier back. Alright. Close the door. Nice. Alright, now we'll just jump off and disconnect from the plane. Pull the little feet. Pull those up. And we can bring it over to the other plane. I think the luggage cart's in the way, but it's fine. I'll just push it out of the way. Oh, this is a little awkward. Let me just get out of my way. All right, perfect. Perfect parking. All right. All right, I gotta raise this thing up a little, I think. No? It's just not. Where's my green light? Yeah, you can't have smooth flights because I'm out here running into the plane a bunch. I think that's good enough. I'm just gonna leave it. All right. Now we gotta remove. Oh, this one I don't have to push back. Oh, thank you. Oh, I should have tried to put the cone up there. Maybe I can throw it. Eeh. Oh, almost. All right, hold on. Eeh. Oh, yes. Yes, I got the achievement. Nice. He has a hat now. It has a hat now. Oh my god, look at this mess of cones.
Very failure. Said.
Well, thanks.
Also, hi Rota.
Thanks, TTS Chen, for chiming in. I don't know what's going on with the TTS right now. It's just working like a third of the time. I really need to fix that.
Said. HAIKOR. Very failure. Said. HFHGJGJVJB. Rota. Said. Long time no see. Very failure.
Right,
Said.
turn this off.
You.
Alright. And disconnect. And set it down. There we go. Close up this panel. Alright, and then we can get this thing out of the way. Nice. Alright, and then we have to do a quick walk around.
Rota.
So we just look at stuff
GTS
and like...
busted as...
Yeah, I don't know. It works sometimes. I need to figure it out or figure out a different solution because I'm gonna try to do VR possibly tomorrow or the next day. I have an evil plan to do Alien Isolation again with a super nightmare hardcore mod that makes like 3 times the amount of
Rota.
aliens.
Said. Carrot, 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 carrot.
I mean, is it working now? I don't know. Alright, I'm not really, actually, I'm supposed to be like pre-flighting this plane, but
Said. It's making strange noises.
yeah, I'm not really paying attention to the pre-flight of this thing. I'm just like, get out of here. I'm tired of looking at this terrible airline. Alright. Any more glowing bits? nose. Yeah, it looks fine. Oh, no, there's a section here, I forgot. Okay, yep, that looks fine. Okay. Nice, alright, looks good. Get out of here. Oops, nope. Walk around, confirmed. Get out of here. Oh yeah, suck me into the engine. Kill me, please. Anyway, so, what am I doing? Oh, what was I talking about? Oh, alien, right. So it adds 3 times the amount of aliens. So there are times in the game when there are 2 aliens hunting you, so then there would be 6. Let's see what else. It makes it more difficult, I suppose. Like, it always knows where you are, so it removes the cloaking. The working Joes, the robot things, they run now. Why am I crouched? I'm just over here like crab walking. So they run. You can't hide in lockers or under desks. That doesn't work anymore. I don't remember what else it does. But stuff like that. It should be fun, air quotes. No, it should be pretty fun. I mean, I beat it on Nightmare in VR. Surely I can do that, right? Also, the hardware acceleration optimization in this is garbage. Garbage. Alright, turn this thing on. Alright. Give me the plug. Plug it in. And then switch on the GPU. There we go. Oh, I think I'm supposed to... There we go. Drink the plain juice. Yeah, if we get fueling. See, this is why this guy can't be here, look. Also, how did you push yourself back? I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm putting headphones on though, I'm going deaf. How do I... There, APU, turn off. There we go. Connect the stairs car. Oh, now you want me to connect the stairs car. Alright. It apparently is happy with that. We'll just put the feet down and hit enter, call it good. Alright. Alright, open up the door. Open the door, thank you. I mean, you're welcome to do that. I can't even go in there, so I can't intervene. Alright. Now the passengers are gonna come off. Where are they at? Passengers? Can I get on? Oh my god, I could get on top. Yes. Can I get on the tail? Oh wait. I feel like... Yes. This fucking game. Wee. Alright, run me over, plane. Run me over.
Said. Rip cone.
Oh, did the cone come off? No! Stop! Stop! You have to stop. Stop! Stop! You need the cone. It's part of the... like, required flight equipment. Come on, your minimum equipment list includes a cone. Come on.
Rotor. Said. Proceeds to dismantle
This guy didn't
the
do
jet
his
turbines
KOEL
on the
check.
plane.
He didn't do his KOEL check. Come on. Stop. He's not stopping. He's not stopping. Oh, I can open the door. Thanks for the control pop-up. Alright, get out of here. Giggity Goo Airlines, whatever it was. Alright, let's back the old fuel truck up here. Climbs into the luggage bay. I mean, you'll see how good unloading the luggage goes. It sucks, but loading the luggage is fun. You could just chuck it in. Let's see. Alright, let's get this thing backed up. Yeah. Beep beep, coming through. That doesn't count apparently. Okay. You happy now? Alright. Now, I'm gonna move it because this placement sucks. Every time I move it. Alright, there we go. Oh god, where am I? Okay, there we go. Alright, is this a... Oh, this is the easy one to fuel. Alright, we'll grab the little grounding clamp first. Thank you for your points. By the way, that should be about a 4-hour flight whenever I do it. I've already got the flight plan figured out. We'll open up the fuel. Okay, we'll go to the panel. And they want like another 9,000 pounds of fuel. Oh, this plane's easy to fuel. I just set the number here. Nice. Alright, what do we 17.8? Or I just do 17.9. There we go. I don't know what I just did, but whatever. Alright. What else do I have to do to this thing? Oh, we gotta do the catering truck. Alright, I'll go grab that. That's just right here. It's very quiet when you get more than like 5 feet away. I don't know which door this goes on. I thought it went on the back door. Like back here. Oh my god. Hold on. We gotta get a run up here. We gotta get this thing at its top speed. There is a Ferrari in the Bologna map. We'll finish this plane up. I'll show you that one real quick. All right, let's get a proper run up here. Oh, already drifting. All right. I got 31. That's it. Can do 31 and handbrake. Oh, nice. All right, that's actually was less impressive than just turning the wheel. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Enjoy your work. Alright. We're done fueling. Come on, you little valve. There we go. No, I did disable the fuel pump. Oh, I didn't get it fully disabled. I see. Alright. We'll just close that little flap. And we'll grab the little grounding clamp. And put that down. This down. We'll verify the fuel. And we'll get this thing the heck out of here. And then I gotta figure out which door that catering truck goes on. I'm pretty sure it goes on one of those back doors, but... Alright. Alright. I'm gonna turn this thing around. I'm pretty sure it goes on this door, but it might be the other side. Possibly... Oops. I don't know what country flag that is. I know it. One of them is France. Is the other one the United Nations? Alright, let me just see if this is like an acceptable spot. Stop. 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 Alright, put the feet down. Raise it up. Oh, it is. It is. Okay. Alright. I guess some guy's just been riding around in there, by the way. Look at this. Just as we were, like, drifting around. just in there, hanging on for dear life. Whoa, whoa! Got a bit of a step down there into the plane? What was that? Hold on, I think he's gonna do it again. What? Surely it's not that far off. It's not even that far. It's like an inch. Oh, this guy's just being dramatic. I should just leave him in there. I can't though, the animation has to finish, so. Otherwise I would definitely leave him in there. Alright, we'll disconnect from the plane. Pull the things down, pull the feet up. Get this out of here. Nice. I love the handbrake physics in this game. It's like the only redeeming feature, honestly. I mean, it's good. It is simulating an airport, yes. But, like, let me fuel some other stuff. Oh my god, that parking job. It's perfect. Perfect. Alright, now we're gonna get rid of the stairs. Okay. Pull the barriers back. Close the door. Disconnect. Pull the feet up. Feet is Y, not F, not U. There we go. Y. There we go. I ask myself why every time I open this game. Why am I playing this? Oh my god. It would just be better if, like, I could tell the AI what to do. You know? Like, let me tell the AI to help me. Alright, and then we'll tell the flight crew here to start the APU. Put our headphones on, pick up all these cones. I just put the headphones on because it's... Oh, they're not starting the engines. What am I doing? I was like, oh, it's gonna get loud. No, it's not. Well, it is if you're, like, standing back here, but... Oh, we have exhaust, and we have the port open? Where's the APU port on this plane? Maybe it's this? Could be this. Hard to say. Alright, we'll drop the things down, put down the chocks we have, pick up these ones. I can't. Never mind. I can't even take the bypass pin out. Alright, we'll disconnect the GPU. So we'll turn off the power supplies first and then just hit this power button. Oh, nice. We got an American coming in. Nice. Nice, nice. All right. And then we will disconnect it. Yep. All right. Close that up. Get this the heck out of here. Oh, yeah. They're just going to start. Leave. Nice. I don't know how. Didn't I put chokes down? Whatever. Alright, as promised, let's go check out this Ferrari, shall we? Yes, I want to play Bologna Airport. Which is a massive heckin' airport. I want it to be daytime, though. There we go. Oh, and it's wet. Oh yeah, it's good. This is perfect time to drive a Ferrari in the rain. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, the horn kind of sucks. All right, let's just see what can I do here. Oh my god! Wait, that's it? 50? Alright, maybe it can do more in the dry. Hold on, let me make it dry. No. Dry. There we go. No. There we go. Nope. Still doing 50. Hey, why is my flight delayed? I don't know. Some follow me guy out here doing donuts in a Ferrari. Whee! The only other car I haven't really shown you guys is the bus. And this giant pushback tug, but it behaves the same as the other ones, so... Stop. Alright, let's check out the bus. So there's two buses. There's like electric bus. Oh, it's bounces, a party bus. And then we got like the normal bus. And the normal bus is a little bit better. Wait, I might change my mind on that if the horn is better. It's a little better. Alright, let's see. It doesn't sound like an electric bus. It sounds like a gas bus. Can you drift this too? Oh, yeah. Nice. Can drift this thing too. That's sick. It can only go 20 though, man. Like, who wants to do this stuff at 20? Nobody. Nobody. I wish I could drive these, but maybe with like a future update or something. Alright. That's about all the of this game I can take. How long have I been live? 2.5 hours? It's a little early to end. Let me see if anyone's live, otherwise I'll... Suri is live? I know. Let's do a puzzle. We'll do a puzzle real quick, and then we'll raid. I have a puzzle game that I have been wanting to stream some of. It has a quick update. Hopefully it doesn't kill my stream right now. Seems to be okay. It's just patching 11 gigs real quick. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's see. Let me just change it real quick. Alright. And I know it has VR mode, but I'm not playing it in VR mode right now. Alright, let me change my PNG dude. He's facing the wrong way. Maybe we can do this one. That'll work. Just turn this off. And we'll change game capture to escape sim. Oh, actually, I should have played some Dead Space. I think I've been meaning to play more of that, but yeah, exactly. It's fine. We are probably. Hold on one second. That's Rocksmith. We are probably gonna play with this crazy mod. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. Is it this one? Yeah. They even recommend not. It's the Alien Isolation True Nightmare mod. They recommend not playing it on Nightmare. Yeah. TOS. So, yeah, let's see. Vanilla Nightmare is unbalanced. This balances it. Recommended difficulty is hard, so we're gonna do it on hard. I can't do it on Nightmare because you can't change the difficulty. So on hard, it will at least make it so I can lower the difficulty if I need to and then put it back up. Like, I'm gonna lower it probably for the working Joes because I don't care. So what do we got here? Oh, these are optional mod files. You will not regret using them. Oh, okay. Lower fuel consumption. Yeah, probably gonna do that. And do that. Adds more aliens to the game. Let's see. I do like this one. Yeah, aliens. I think I've played with this before, but they hear you, like, not over mic. That's only a console thing for Alien Isolation. More aliens spawn. They will search for you in ducks. Like, hacking is harder. Not really looking forward to that, but anyway, yeah, that's that. That's gonna be that. So, let's do one of these. So, actually, maybe because it's like spooky time, I can do one of these. So I've done a couple. I've finished a couple, like, on my own. But let's try and find like a spooky one. Is Inscription spooky? I see paw prints. I kind of like that. Cats and Christmas? Yeah, no, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Ooh, medieval adventure. Oh, Halloween Town. You know what? Perfect. What is it? Is it like a card game? I've heard of it, but alright. Everything should be good, volume-wise. Man, can you imagine if they had, like, Nightmare Before Easter, Nightmare Before St. Patrick's Day? This is my probably favorite movie, so... Oh, wait. Wait! We get to do them all? Yes! Yeah. Alright. Let's do... I don't know. I can't.
Kuro said, turkey or heart.
I'll do whichever one we can.
Said, Kuro said, L-A-M-E-E.
What's this? 6? Oh, wait. Hold on. 6, 8, 4. Oh, okay. It's gonna be a... Go home. 0, 9, 3, 5, 4, 8, 6. Right. Right. Do I... Is it in order of highest number? So... 9... 8? Wasn't there an 8? Yep. 6... 5... 4... 3... What? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Hold on, so it made a little boop. Okay, let's see. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, wait. Oh, is it in the order they come in the year? Oh, god. Okay, so Valentine's Day is first, right? So 4... I'm writing this down. 4. Then St. Patrick's Day is before Easter. January, February, March. Yes, okay. So 8. 4, 8. Then Easter. Yes, but it's... I think it's always in April. So 4, 8, 6. I think it's based on like Fridays and stuff. Okay, then we got Halloween is 3. Then we got 0. And then a 9. I'm gonna... Okay, yes, I'm guessing. Oh, wait. See, like I got this little calendar, and then it starts with the 4th of July? Oh, I totally forgot to actually put the 4th of July in here. Which is, between, oh god, let's see, between April and October? So between 6 and 3, we'll put the 5. Alright, let me see. My guess is it's supposed to start with that, but I do have the order written down, so let me try the order I have. So 4, 8, 6, 5, 3, 0, 9. I did it. Nice. I don't know what the... Creek. Ooh, spooky spider. What's this? I can't go that way. Okay. Spooky spiders. Alright, they don't mean anything, I'm guessing. Alright, we got Sally over here T-posing. Oh, we got a sign. Okay. I need Clappy here to read this. Jack the Pumpkin King is missing, and it's almost Halloween. Find all 5 of the purple pumpkins hidden around Halloween Town and drop them in the fountain in order to lure him out. So there's one in Graveyard, Spiral Hill, Finkelstein Lab, Jack's house, and Oogie's lair. Alright. So... Right. So... Oh, that's the, like, mayor house, right? 13 days to Halloween. Wait, is it actually? That would be so cool if that's actually the time. I'm good right now. Is it actually, how many days until how many days? It's 10 days. Sorry, I had to mute because I got a M&M stuffed in my mouth. Right. What do you have in there? Oh, probably her like poison stuff. Okay. So. I don't know if that's supposed to come out of there. So, let me just pick this back up. I'll just reorganize for you there. There we go. Just in case we need to like count or something. We got like a bowl of spices and then like cream spinach. Alright. Sick. What's this? We got plants, a skull. Lab setup. Oh my. Oh no. Oh, what's. Okay. Gotta make frog's breath, worm's root. Worm. Oh. No, for the soup. I see. We need the frog's breath, worm, wort, and deadly nightshade. Okay. Right, because I just know what that stuff is. Okay, it just says plant. Oh, here's the nightshade. Okay. Right. Oh, wait. One of these was different. We got it. Got the worm's wort. And we just need the other stuff. Wait. Okay, I looked at all those. Oh my god, these just... Okay, it's none of those. None of those. Nope. Nope. Okay, nope. Not that, not that. Alright. Okay, well, I can just pour this stuff in here, right? Oh, yes, okay. We got this. Alright, just put this down. And then we need the frog's breath. I don't know... Where is that? Where is the frog's breath? So like, aha, a key. What does the key open? What does the, oh, does the key open this? Oh no, the key opens a chest that I totally missed. I'm just blind. Okay, great. Oh my god. Okay, so we got red scorpion poisons, uncertain poisons, mudbloods. Apparently this is Harry Potter now. Okay, rye ergot. Oh, there it is. Nice. We did it. We made the soup. Get out of here. Give me that pumpkin. Alright. Success. I got your pumpkin. Don't worry. You won't get fired this time. I was the one who poisoned them. I'll close the gate for you. Alright, now we got the trick-or-treat hideout. Ooh, some candy. I'm sure it won't be bad if I take all this, right? I mean, I know the sign says take one, but I'm just gonna help myself. Thank you. Oh, can I pick? Oh, I can't pick all that up. Dang. Alright, what do I... Oh, okay, I think I understand here. Do I...
Well, what have we here?
An escape artist.
Oh, I'm really scared.
Wow.
So you're the one everybody's talking about. You're joking. You're joking. I can't believe my eyes. You're joking me. You gotta be. This can't be the right guy. He's ancient.
Sorry. Okay.
He's ugly. I don't know
do I
what
die
words,
if this song is
I
over?
might just split a seam now if I don't die laughing first.
This is like the best, my favorite song from this game.
There's trouble close
Uh,
at hand.
movie.
You better pay attention now.
Alright, what do I do here? 4?
And if you want it shaking, there's something very
Yeah.
wrong.
Alright, 4,
'Cause
no.
this may be the
Chips,
last
4,
time you
4
hear
points.
the
Okay.
boogie song. Whoa.
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 Whoa. Wow.
I'm a boogie, boogie man.
Is that it? Aw. Oh wait, he's got a 5 in his hand. What the? Is there like a timer? I don't... I'm so...
Someone shut this fella up. I'm drowning in my tears.
Okay,
It's
jeez.
funny. I'm laughing. You really are.
didn't
too
have to be so
much.
rude.
And now, with your permission, I'm going to do my stuff.
Okay, so we got
Whoa,
spade,
sound, roll the dice,
club,
music in the
diamond,
air.
heart, spade.
'Cause I'm a gambling boogeyman,
Okay,
although I
so-
don't play fair. It's much more fun, I must
oh,
confess.
oh, cards on the wall.
Lives on the
Right,
line.
okay,
Not
so-
mine, of course, but yours, oh
Spade.
boy. Now
What do
that'd
the
be
spades
just
add up to?
fine.
2? Or clubs. God damn it. 1? Is that 1 or 11? Am I gonna eat their floor candy? Heck yeah, I am. Let me just... Yep. There we go. Alright, so 1, 2,
Mr. Oogie Boogie,
3.
and
I'm
you
assuming that's
ain't
3.
going nowhere.
Because it can't be 11s. Alright. Now we got diamonds. It's 5. 6, 7. So 7. Do we get the song again? Oh, I was hoping we get the song again. Okay. 1. I like the improv the guy, the map maker did. That's pretty great. Alright, 1, 3. 3 plus 3 is 6. 6. Okay, 6. And I could brute force it, but I'm not going to. So then we got 2. 5. 2 and 5 is 7. 7, 8, 9. Okay. Nice. Oh my god. I don't understand dice puzzles. Hold on, I gotta drop all this stuff on the ground. Oh no, the pumpkin I need. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, so there's a pattern here. So it's blanks. The first one's easy, that's blanks. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So we need 3. 3. Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta find the 3 blank. Maybe there's not one. Or maybe I just find one that adds up to 3. Like, this one adds up to 4. Alright, so 3. Yes! Okay, now... What the heck is this pattern? 1, something, something, 7. Maybe 1, 3, 5, 7, 9? 5. 9. Oh my... I am a genius. Oh no! No! I thought it was gonna like give me a fountain of candy or something.
Well, well, well.
Oh, we get the song
What
again.
have we
With the
here?
improv.
An escape artist.
Ooh,
Okay.
I'm really scared. So you're the one everybody's talking about. You're joking.
I'm giving you
You're
your dice
joking.
back, bud.
I
There we
can't
go.
believe my eyes. You're joking me.
You
gotta
gotta be.
This can't be.
Alright,
the
sorry. I'm out of here. Alright. Alright, what do I do with the pumpkins, by the way? throw them in the fountain. Okay. Uh-huh. Is it like a scripted place to put it, or do I just... Oh, yes. Okay. Dun, 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 the sound of Halloween. Oh, the doggo. I forgot your name. Doggo. I'll just... Zero. It's right here. Alright. Skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. Oh, okay. Do I find out which one died first? There's like a hat there. I don't... Oh my god, there's like gravestones. How many hats? How many bats? How many hands? 2 hats? 3 hats. There's a hat here. Wait, can I put the hat on? No. Okay, how many bats? There's a gun here? Stick them up! Oh, we got 3 floating... Oh my god, this puzzle might be a little bit past my brain capacity here. Do I... Wait. Do I bring you your witch's hat? Bop. Wait, is that what you want? Do I have to put it on the coffin? Ah, okay. So one of them gets a top hat, one of them gets a leather hat, and one of them gets a broom. I see, okay. Give me the gun. There's gotta be one other item. The umbrella for the top hat, yes. Okay. Oh, here we go. So, the sheriff. Okay, he's gonna have the hat. So this one. It's gonna have the gun and the leather hat. Okay. Find Zero a treat. Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay. Then witches, I guess? Witches. And then you get the umbrella and the top hat. You get the broom and the witch's hat. Okay, I did something. Something happened. Okay. Oh, I had to do all the puzzles. I see, okay. Right. Are the keys for the graves? Possibly. Mikey... Carl... Oh, look, the shapes. Circle, square, pointy. Square, circle, pointy. Pointy, square, circle. So, I think we just have to... The biggest problem I have with this game is overthinking the puzzles. Like, I know I don't need these things, I'm pretty sure. 8. Yeah, so... I'm assuming we're looking at it this way? Have I... yes, I was a lot younger. So, we'll just go back. So, circle, square, pointy. So... 4... 2... 1. I've done a bunch of virtual ones, obviously, and I've done a ton of these, like, in this game. Well, not a ton, like a half a dozen. I was trying to stay away from playing this game because I really like it. And I was like, oh, that would make good streaming content, especially some of the custom levels, but anyway. We're here now, so... Square, round, square. Square... round, square, and then Pointy, pointy circle. Pointy, pointy circle. Nice. Okay. There are still 2 puzzles left to fix. This thing. Is that like how many things are around the place? Are these bats? No. That's grass. Like, are those bats? No. Oh my god, a gigantic spider just ran up my wall. Oh, we'll come back to that. I don't know. Well, there's 9 graves. There's 3 hats. I don't know the bats, though. Maybe 369? No. There's either gonna be a walkthrough or a... like... yeah, there's a walkthrough. If I get stuck, I'll come back to that. Find him a treat. What do you like to eat? Wait. Oh, it's how old they are. Yes, you are correct. You got it before I did. Nice. Kuro is smarter than me. Nice. Okay. Alright. So... alright, my phone still has some charge on it. So 1833 minus 1794 is going to be 39. So the bat is 39. Oh, no, the bat is 39. Okay. Okay. 1793 minus 1716 is going to be 77, so the zombie hand is 77. Is there a calculator on the pause menu? No. Okay, sometimes, but I don't know. Alright, and then we got the witch's hat. 1811 minus 1742 is going to be 69. Nice. Nice. Alright, 69. Now, I just gotta find him a treat. Maybe I can grab one of these bones? Or a stick, maybe? Oh, yep, there's a bone right here. Nice. I'll just put this here. What? Do I give it to him? Oh yeah, okay. Narf. Nice, we did it. Give me my pumpkin. Great success. Alright, we'll plunk this in the old fountain. And then we got this one left. The Jack's house. Alright, we got a crowbar. Get it? Get it? Crowbar? Alright. Alright, we got how many crows? Counting crows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 crows. Unless there's more crows. Do I have to count the pumpkins too? I really don't want to. Oh, maybe I just... Do I have to count the pumpkins too? I don't know. Well, we got 12 crows. Oh, I used better uses on the box. There we go. Oh, nice. We're just gonna dig up a... Oh, so... The other thing with this game, you see the little key up there where it says shovel? You see how these other items don't have that little key? That means it's not an important item. But on some of the custom maps, it is an important item. It just won't show. Oh, this one is so easy. Got candy, our pumpkin, a book, and a skeleton hand. I don't want the book. Okay. All right. Got that one. And we got one more, right? Yeah, we gotta do this. The spinny hill. Spin.
You can heal after you beat them away.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I've not played this game in VR, but it could be fun. All right, see, like this pumpkin says note, but this pumpkin is an item. Ah, ooh, it is a oh. Okay, I see. Do I have to look at them all now? I mean, if it just says straight up. Excuse me? Fucking jump scared by this game, I swear to God. Oh, carved pumpkin. Alright, what's this one? Green.
You can try taking.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you didn't give me that time. Da, 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 da. This is my favorite Halloween. What did you say? This is my favorite Halloween and Christmas movie. Now what? What did that do? Oh, I have to do this one now. Oh, I have to count. Okay. Alright, how many round pumpkins, triangle pumpkins, and flat pumpkins? Oh my god. Okay, let me just draw a circle, a triangle, and a line, and then I'll just count and write it down. Alright, we got 1. We'll do the flat ones first. We got 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 flat pumpkins. Okay, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 triangle pumpkins. And then the rest just normal pumpkins. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 496 is what I got. Hopefully I counted right. Four, 9, 6. Oh yeah. Yay! I did it! That was great. Alright, we got time for one more.
Stasis packs, you barely use them, just sell them.
Alright, let's see. Should I do another spooky one? Is Inscription scary? Is it a scary game? Otherwise, I'll just do a random other one. Kinda spooky. Alright, let me see what else I got. But let me see if there's just like, I don't want to spoil it for you because you're still playing it. I don't want to get to like, oh, this is a total spoiler for me. The collab levels tend to be very good. It's like the best map makers will get together and like do like a conglomeration type deal. Well, let me see. I know I had some scary ones on here. Here, let's do this one. Also, if they're awful, I just uninstall it. Like, but I did download like the community recommended ones, so. And I still have to do a bunch of the officials. So. Something is wrong. Oh, jump scares. Oh. That wasn't one. That one wasn't very good. Oh, play button. Okay. Dang, this music is pretty intense. All right, strange. I am awake. It's so loud. I am awake now. Alright. Also, we'll see how spooked I get because there's a very loud fox behind me. It's taking me out of my immersion. Alright, we gotta turn this static off. It's the loudest. I can't even hear myself think. Alright, who's throwing stuff over? Oh, you little mother, you. Why is this level so loud?
Hello, human. I'm a cat. I have one simple mission for you. Give me food.
Okay.
Or else I will eat you.
Alright.
Tick-tock.
Oh god, please don't be a time thing. Oh, you want food? I can give you. I was not expecting that. Food? Alright, food. Food. Food, right. What's the time for? I don't know. Is, Alright, coin cat wants a coin. Alright, this level, I wasn't sure what to expect. So far, I love it. It's amazing. It's as good as that cat level I played ages ago. This is amazing. Alright, hold on, Pet. I'm bringing you your food. Just relax. I just gotta look around first. Oh god, my game froze for a second. I thought I ran out of time or something. Alright, we got a part of a painting. Oh, part of a painting. Right. Okay. Oh no, okay. Water, leaf, and question mark. A knife? Alright, I'll defend myself. What's this? Do I do something with this? I'm not sure. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, this is gonna be something. Is here. Something. Probably related to this. Maybe like the expressions? Nope, this one's got a flat mouth. This one's got an ear up. This one's got 2 ears up. I don't know. I don't know if this is supposed to be numbers. Alright, oh, painting part, right. Nice, okay. There is no escape. Until I solve the puzzle, that is. Oh, okay. Oh my god, how am I gonna remember that? What's this? Look under the tail? Maybe? Something under the tail? I got a little blue book. Alright, here's another... whatever that is. It's a keypad. Another piece of painting. Need a lock for that. This is a multiple stage level? Oh my... Dang. The skills to make something like this. What's it say? Time for reading. What's the time for? It's for reading. Where do I put the books, though? What is this? Oh no, I hate these puzzles. I hate... Okay, I'm generally pretty good at puzzles. Oh no. Oh no. No. Alright. At least they can only move in like a certain direction. So it should be relatively easy, I want to say. Yeah. No. Okay. Getting there. Okay. This is not as bad as I thought. I thought it was gonna be like... Oh my god, look at that money. Alright, we got a key for something? Wasn't there locks somewhere? Oh, that doesn't help me. Can I get my key back? What is this? Just a bunch of numbers? Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, this is probably this. No. Not this at all. I do know this puzzle. This one's the position of whatever face that is. We got little pipes. Oh no. I'm terrible at these two. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that happened. Okay? I don't know. Give me the coin. Get the cleaning rag. We got... Oh, this is this. Okay, so up, down, up, down, up, down, down. Oh god, what is all this? Okay, let me... Okay, we don't need this anymore. I'm just gonna... No, don't cover up my... Whatever, that's fine there. Okay. What's this? Oh, it's a connect the thingy puzzle. Oh. So starting where? The door? What? Cat, scratch, color, mouse. Cat, scratch. But I don't know if it's like up, left, up, right, up. Like I don't know. What's this? Up, down, down. Down, up. Okay, the first row is all up. The second row is the left and right are down. Okay, I'm gonna change this. All up, down, and then... What's this? What does that do for me? Oh, okay, I see. It's the order it goes in. Okay, so goes to scratch. Okay, so scratch. Then I'm assuming goes up the wall here. Then we go a mouse. But I don't know if it like continues in this direction because that wouldn't make any sense. Oh god. Mouse? Like, is it every time it touches something, does it follow like this? And then go up like this? And then... here. Over here. Alright! We'll come back to it. What's in this drawer? 101 puzzles. What is my favorite animal? CAT. Right? So left, right, left. Yeah. Where do I put that? There's so many things. Would you like this fish?
No.
Alright, he wants more than just the fish. Got it. What's this? Oh, that's nothing. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much stuff to do. I'm very confused. Let me do this puzzle. Okay, so we got... Alright, what am I looking for first? Looking for right ear up, flat mouth, closed eyes. Right? Flat mouth, closed eyes, left ear flat, right ear up. So that's gonna be this one. So that'll be top, the top position? Because there's not like a top, middle, and bottom. Unless it's going this way, but I don't think I can leave it like halfway. No. I don't know. Unless it's like the size of the jar. Maybe that's what it is. It's like a small jar, a big jar, and a medium jar. So then it would be a small jar. Small jar. Oh shit, what's the next one? Both ears up, triangle, mouth, flat eyes. Okay, so... Why did I pick this one? This one is so long. Alright, it's fine. Both ears up, triangle mouth, flat eyes. That's a big jar, so that one's gonna be a top. Alright, then we got left eye open, left ear flat, triangle mouth. Okay. Left eye open, left ear flat. That's a medium jar. Yeah, I only had time. Well, I mean, I don't only have time for one more, right? It's only 9 o'clock. I technically can go for another hour. But yeah, like, this is really, I don't know. I might have to look at the walkthrough. I got this still to open. I got this to open. I got this to open. I still gotta feed this freaking cat more. I gotta figure out this. I gotta figure out that. Oh, you won a coin, didn't you? I think I got a coin. I got a prize. What's my prize? What? I just... What's my prize? He stole my shit. Oh my.
Kuro said, turn the crank on coin cat.
I can't. It doesn't do anything. Oh, there's no walkthrough. Sick. Time is for reading? Is there B? B. A. Oh. Can I put these on a shelf?
XD, he stole your coin.
That little I don't know what to do. Oh, whoa. Wait, I think I can do this puzzle. Never mind. Oh. Look into my eyes. Oh, the cat? I'm looking. Is that supposed to be something? That pattern? Look into my eyes. Nope, I'm still trapped in hell. Alright. I also have this 7-digit freaking code. Alright, let's focus on one thing at a time. Next, we got 2 open eyes, flat mouth, pointy ears. Got it. This one. Medium can. Then we got right, pointy. Right, point. Oh, no, it's right, flat. Right, pointy here. Wait. Right closed? Yeah, right close, right pointy. Right, that's a big can. Yeah, okay. Then we got flat, all flats. All flat. Am I just dumb? Flat ears, flat mouth. Oh, this one. Medium. Okay. Nice, we got another key. Alright, what does this open? What does this open? Does it open that? Alright, the key only works in the lock that it opens, so yes. A handle. And another coin. And a remote. And I thought that was blood, but it's just wine. Look, this cat's fine. We thought nefarious things. Alright, have my coin. From Dan. Right, thanks, Dan. Gave me a broken cat. Alright, where does this go? Handle. Is something missing a handle? This? No. I still don't know this puzzle. Still need a key card. We need this combination. I know what my favorite animal is. It's a cat. Maybe it's a 101 cat. Hold on, maybe this bottom one's actually like letters. I didn't actually look. 101. No, okay. Well, I mean, I know there's 2 locks, but still. Alright, what else did I get? I got this rag. What do I do with the rag? Mop up your mess. Do I wipe one of these off? Go for it. Go for it. You can tell him, I don't care. But I thought I had this figured out. I was like, oh, okay, so now it's gonna be this. And then a mouse. And then that. And then maybe that. But then it goes here, and then it just maybe goes there. Then like this. And then it just loops back around again. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what this means. What do I do with the remote? Do I use it on the TV? Dang, sorry about that. I didn't mean to use that on the TV. It's something with these pizzas too. What's this? Left. Alright, left, center. Right, okay. Let me see. Is that a thing somewhere? Is that a thing somewhere? Something with 12. Something with 12. I don't know where this handle goes. Oh, I found out where the handle goes. Yeah, the pizzas. Yeah, see? There's gotta be something with the pizzas, because there's pizzas in the trash. But maybe not. I mean... Alright, more presents from Dan. And another book. Where do I put the books? Where do I put the books?
Kuro said, Hex in Dan.
Yeah. He always gives me stuff, but no help. Alright, like, I got this cleaning rag. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, there is a book of hints. Do I maybe click on this? Like, no. Is it this? Oh, that's not 12. Surely the only thing in there is not that. Alright. Screw it. Just for the sake of getting on with it, I'm gonna... Oh, the hint opened up a thing here. So the lock in the bathroom. To solve this, you have to use the electricity box. There are 2 codes. We already got that. The first is in the safe, and the second is in the bathroom. We got that already. Using the paw on the tiles, find the right path. The path starts in the floor tile. This is the first thing in the solution here. The path starts in the floor tile next to the door and ends in the tile above the door. Yes, I know. Claw mark is the first symbol on the path. Like, I get it, but I don't. Like, here, if you are curious, I will link the guide that it is giving me if you want to follow along. I mean, I don't want to look at the solution, but like, where did you get a heckin' basketball? Alright. Let's see if I can figure this out. So claw, then pause, then a mouse. Alright, it's definitely gonna be a mouse. Mouse. But then is it claw? Or is it cat? Could be cat, but then we're here. It's claw next. So claw, mouse, claw. Okay. Then does it go over? So then it would be mouse, claw, yeah, mouse, claw. Okay. Okay, hold on. I lost that word. Okay, yeah, over mouse, claw, or just mouse, arrow. Okay. So claw, mouse, arrow. Wait. Mouse. Next wall. Okay, then we got cat. Then it goes collar. Then mouse again? Like, unless I just continue. Oh, maybe I just continue, then cat, then door. Cat. Okay, I was just overthinking that, I think. I don't know what this is trying to say. 2? Is that a 2? 1? 9? Oh, those are numbers on the tail. You little clever cats. Puzzle cat. Are you actually a puzzle? I do have a bunch of puzzles on my desk, actually, like little escape box things. They take about half an hour to do. They're pretty great. I get them on Amazon. Okay, so now we gotta figure out where this key goes. Okay, it goes there. Move your poles out of the way. Alright, we got it. I got a bowl of cookies? Oh, you're gonna want that. Do your nom.
No.
What happens if I put something you don't want in there? I can't. Okay, what do I do with Puzzle Cat? Oh, Puzzle Cat goes on the puzzle. Oh! I got it. Alright, what was the order for that? C-A-T, okay. C-A-T. Oh, look at that. Alright, now this is... Oh god, it's a logic puzzle, okay. I mean, aren't they all logic puzzles, but alright. So, we need a 5-digit combination lock. Which is this. Okay, it's that one, right? Yes, okay. So the... Okay. So it's gonna be... I don't have all the numbers though, so I don't know. Five? Two? Yeah, at least if you're looking at it, you can be like, do this. You idiot. Alright, the last one is either a 1 or a 7. I'm gonna go with a 1. And this one is a 9. I mean, I could brute force it, but I don't want to. Alright, these are just books. Let's see, where does this go? Where does this go? Nope. Beep? Nope. Heck. Alright, let me see. So Rocky has 2 spots less than Walter. Walter has as many spots as Gus. Gus only has 1 spot. So how can Rocky have negative 1 spot if he has the same? So Gus must have more than 1. Do I put the books up here? No. I'm not sure what to do there. I'll probably have to come back to that one. What do I do with these spinning plates? Okay. Alright, well I can at least put as much of the combination in as I know. 2, 5, and 1. Never mind, I got it. I didn't mean to get it, but I did. Got some more books. Hey, I got some cake for you.
No.
Dang. Still greedy. Alright. Oh god. I don't know what this means. Like, look into my eyes. I am. What is this supposed to be? Like, I don't know. No. And I have to finish it because there is no save. So yeah. Rack. Whiskers? Like number of whiskers? What do I do with these books? It's a happy birthday card. I did that already. Is this like what makes fire? You need fuel, air, and a spark. Plant. I'm pretty sure this is this. Like whatever these numbers are. So maybe I'm just overthinking it, right? Two, 2, 1? That can't be that always. Let's see. Lucky has an even number of spots. And Milo. So let's just say Lucky has 2. Milo has 4 spots. That doesn't help me. Oh god. Alright, I did the stone box by the bathroom. Keypad. Oh, keypad. Oh my god. Alright, what is that? 493. 2 locks. Oh, is this the answer to the stripes? Or spots? 493? Wait, no, that can't be because if that is a 9. Four, 9, 3, right? Let's just say 493 here. Lucky can't have an even number of spots because 9 minus 2 is 7. Okay, I'll just glance at the guide again. Second is on the jar under the blender. Under the... What? What? What blender? This? How many water? How many leaves? How many leaves? I'm not counting those. That wouldn't fit on a normal keypad anyway. There's gotta be more than 9 on that plant. Oh my god, it's on here. I didn't spin the thing around. 517. Okay, 517. Success. We got a donut and a plate. I'm gonna feed this fat ass cat.
No. And now, give me something to drink. Maybe a milkshake.
Okay, well you didn't have to flip the stuff over, but thanks for the key card. Glad I saw that because otherwise I would have been like, what do I do now? Alright, we got milkshake and a key. I bet this key goes to one of these. Nice. Alright, do I shake the milk? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That shook up enough? No. Alright. Yeah, plate match symbols. Yep, I got that part. I just... Okay, right. Okay. Oh, like the triangle needs to match up. Right? Like this. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. I'm guessing. Okay, so... that matches. But that doesn't match there, so that one won't work. Alright, we'll turn it 90 degrees. Alright, we'll do this. Little teepees. Alright, that doesn't match. Okay, we'll go one more. We'll go here. We'll go to the pond shape. Alright, the little octopus is not matching here. I mean, I can make it match here, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't match this one. So... okay, we'll go to the octopus. I'm pretty sure it's just like cat snoot shapes, but... alright, that matches. Okay. That matches. Those two match. So, put that. Ah, but... oh, wait. I had the wrong one. There we go. Okay, those two match. So, we'll put the little... semicolon 3. And then we got those matching. Now we just need to turn this one. Oh, no. What is... Am I wrong somewhere? Oh, they're all matching except one. Wait. Yeah, this one. Man. Okay, so turning this 90 degrees, or whatever degrees that is. Dang it. Okay. Okay, that matches up. 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 Boom! Give me that screwdriver. Okay. Can I just pry the lock off? Alright, what the heck do I do with that? I still have this butter knife I'm walking around with. I got this lucky thing. I don't know what this goes to. Screwdriver. Do I screwdriver something? Were there screws somewhere? Can I pry these all off and escape? No. That would be too easy. Do I... Come on, cat, help me out. Alright. Screwdriver something here. If I find the spot in the room, it'll just lock to it. Oh wait. Oh, okay, that's not a thing. Okay. Oh wait. Are those screws? No. Okay. Pry this open. Pop open some of these presents. I can't believe I can't, like, just bend that lock off. What the heck? Had to fix your hinges. Stab a painting. Take this off. No. What? What? Let's see. A lock with 5 digits. Find the five cats. Got that. Feed the cat. Got that. Damage painting of the cat. Restore the painting. The cat is reading a book. Have you seen it before? Yes. It says, look into my eyes. I am. Right, he's reading this book that says, look into my eyes, right? Time for reading. What is the time for? Oh, wait. I don't see a time. I don't see a time. Is this the time? No. He weighs a borker. The cat's eyes are the clue to the clock. Yeah, I know, but I don't... Oh, wait, the position of the pupils, right. Is it like 4:40? Like that?
Said. O-H-H-H-H-H.
Yeah. Is that not right? Is there like one that's longer or bigger? This eye is smaller, so... Huh? Or maybe not enough. Oh my goodness, I got it. Alright. Now. Oh, okay, let's see. Do you remember books with the same color, height, and letter cannot be next to themselves? Okay, so this will be a piece of cake. So, nope. Like that. That works. That works. Nope, that does not work. That works. Okay. That's blue. That works. That works. That works. Okay, please tell me I got... Oh man, I was like... did I get this on the first try? No. Nope, that's the same color. So I need like... a short book. This. I mean, that can go there. Then can this go here? Why is that wrong? Oh, because these two are the same size. So then this must go here, and this must not go there. This... Nope. This... Nope, that's a B. This... Nope. Put that back. This one. Okay. Nope. Jeez. Nope. Nope. Oh. Ah, that won't work there either. It's a D. Oh, it's a red. Bah. Hold on, I can figure this out. I just gotta... So a C can go there, or this... No, I can't take that book. The A could go there, but... needs to be taller. That can't go there. That one can't go there. Short C could go here. But then that won't work because the same letter color. That works, and that one does not work. Does this work? Nope, because the same height. This can also go here though, but then we still have this problem here. Maybe like this. Nope, that won't work because that's an A. Ah! Maybe this switch? No, no. No, that go there. That can't go there. Screw it, I'm looking at the thing. Alright, let me see. There's a hint here. The normal green B book is the first book from the left on the lower shelf. I already have that. That's not helpful. I already have that figured out. It's this one that I'm having issues with. Wait, why can't I just... Oh, because 2 B's and 2 E's. Okay. C here, and then A, and then B. And then A, and no. 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 No, that doesn't work either. Why can't I do that? Because that doesn't work. I'm just gonna look. Correct order from the left, starting on the top shelf. Small yellow C, then large. Small yellow C. Small blue D. Okay, that's all I'm gonna look for. Okay, we got the small yellow C, and we need the small blue D book here. Let's see if I can get it from this. Okay. Right. So a taller book has to be... Oh, is it just... No. Could be that one. Can't be the green books. So it has to be... Could be this one. Nope, that's a D. Could be this one. Nope, that's a short. So it has to be this. Right? Oh, this one is in the wrong spot. Yeah, so it can't be... I love noises. Can't be that. Can't be this. No, can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Could be that. Nope, can't be that. So it has to be this. Nope, I mean... What? Small yellow C, small blue D. Oh, I put the wrong book here. I was like, what? Okay. So it can't be that. Could be this. Can't be that because green. Can't be that because D. Can't be that because green. So it has to be this. Okay. Now, from the other clue that I have, The normal green B book is the first book from the left on the lower shelf. So, normal green B book. Okay, now. Can't be that, same height. Could be that, could be, nope, can't be that. So it has to be that. Could be that, that. Okay. Nice. I don't know what that did for me. Oh, I got more names. Oh god, it's the cats. It's the cats. Don't know what I do with the cats, but something. Alright. Hold on, let's see. The secret button. Huh? It says there's a secret button. I saw this earlier. There's a cat, and then there's a secret button. Secret button? Hello, secret button? I found it. Oh yeah, figuring it out. Alright, we got all the cat plates now. Do I get a prize now? Wow, that was a bit of an extreme reaction, if you ask me. Alright. Now we have this gear. Rest in peace, cat. Coin cat, you were my friend. Yeah. Alright. Where are they? I mean, that's my brain right now. Oh yeah, let's just do one more. It'll be quick. Meanwhile, an hour later. Okay, where the heck does this gear go? We need Clappy around. I'll just give it to him. Would you like a gear? No. No, he would not like the gear. Okay. Nope. What the heck do I do with the gear? Do I put it on the wall here somewhere? Do I stick it in here? This game sometimes is so like, what am I doing right now with my life? What do I do with these? I'm looking at the thing. I don't know what to do. The lock with whiskers. There's a painting. That's dirt? I thought that was the painting. Oh my god. Okay. Not right now. So, it's gonna be this plus that, I guess. Oh, is the digits. Okay, so 5 plus 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I would not have figured out that that was not, that was dirt if I had not seen that. So 8, 8. Really? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. Then 1, and then 5. You know, this puzzle makes a whole lot more sense now that I actually see the cats. I was trying to solve this book without that. So Gus has one spot on his belly. Hello, Gus. Oh shit, you could be Gus or you could be Gus. Hold on, let me see. so scared. Alright, Prince has only one spot on his ear, though. Oh, so this is Prince. Okay. Got Prince. Okay. Lucky has an even number of spots. So 4, 3, 6, 1, 3. That's 2 or 3 of those had even numbers, so. Oh wait, Milo has 2 spots more than Lucky. Who had 4? Which one of you had 4? 4, 6. Alright. Which one? What did it say? Milo has 2 spots more than Lucky. So, Milo. Lucky. Where's Lucky? There you are. Alright. Now. Walter and Rocky. I still gotta do Walter, Rocky, and Gus. Gus is that one or that one. So Walter has as many spots as Gus. Rocky has 2 more spots. Wait, what? Oh, 2 spots less. Oh, so this, okay. Rocky. Gus is the other belly one, right? Right? Yes. Gus. Walter. I'm a genius. Catnip. In case I didn't know what that was. Okay, what do I do with these tools now? What do I do now? Would you like a knife? Would you like a gear? Would you like a screwdriver? Ay. What the heck do I do now? Okay, I'm just glancing at the thing real quick. Lock with whiskers, the box of jigsaw pieces. Did I not do this? Puzzle plates. Find a missing plate. It's in the drawer. Rotate the plates. Okay, I did that already. Mystery box. You have to find 4 things to open it. What? Mystery box? Oh, this. Oh my. Is it this? Oh. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Alright. Danger. I'm not joking. Leave this place. If it finds you, use this mixture. Is it you? You don't look that threatening. I'm just being honest. Hey bud, I got your milkshake. Did you not want your milkshake?
Good job, human. Now, we can finally start the main dish.
Oh yeah, please eat me. Eat me, cat. A bit of an overreaction, but okay. What do I do? Crowbar? Do I go down there? Oh no. I peel all these things off the door. There we go. nice. We did it. Please tell me there's a save. No! Alright, I guess we keep going. Because I don't know if I can do that quickly again. How many freaking chapters are there? What? How long is this? I mean, I have to go to frickin' bed. Alright. Alright, maybe we can... Okay. Maybe it's just a maze thing. Maybe it'll be quick. Maybe it'll be a quick death. I didn't mean it literally. I died. Oh, come on. I gotta wait for this. I didn't know I was supposed to run from that. Oh. Oh god, oh god. Okay. We got this. We got this. Oh god, oh god. Oh shit. Wait. How do I get... the 589. 1275. 1275. We got this. What? Just kill me, because I can't type that in time. Yes, I know I died. I'm just gonna skip the chase part. It's just gonna be the same thing over and over again, I think. Unless you want me to try it again. We could try it again. It's your choice, not mine. Skip it, alright. Nice, chapter 3. That was a quick chapter, much faster than the first. Okay.
Kuro said, XD.
Oh, thanks for joining, TTS chat.
Kuro said, very quick.
What's this? A combination. Right. So 258. 258. A coin! For Coin Cat. Oh, no, it's a coin to take the screw out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate these puzzles. I hate these puzzles. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Oh. Wait. Is this one not connecting? What? Piece of cake. Ah! I don't think he was, What do I do? See ya. metal pipe sound effect. What do I do with this? Bonky? Oh, nope, I do that, okay. Then... Nope. Dang. He got blasted. Apparently I got blasted. Best in pepperonis. I should play this game more. No, all he wanted was a milkshake. And now... he's dead. I cry every time. What is with the sentimental music? Is this it? No. Fucking Jesus, you little you. I gotta play this game more. Yeah, the Lucius games. Yeah, for sure. Definitely getting some Lucius vibes off of that. Finish the room? Oh. Yay, I did it! Alright, let's go find someone to read. Sorry, are you still alive? You are. Great. Off to Surrey we go. Alright, so tomorrow we'll either do more pancake games or possibly, if I can get it working, some Alien Isolation. In the meantime, y'all take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the help. Watching my brain run on dial-up. Anyway, y'all take it easy. I'll see you later. Goodbye.